Good morning. It's 9:30 and I'd like to call the Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 Athabasca County Council meeting to order. The first item of business is actually just as a note to congratulate Councillor Chamzik for completing the Calgary Firefighter Stair Challenge over the weekend. I don't have the stats, but I know it was 128, under 28 minutes and 1,300 plus stairs in bunker gear. And some money.
No bunker gear this year.
Oh, no
but
bunker gear this year.
Still had to wear the SCBA.
I did. There you go. Well, now you've got a challenge for next year. Item number 1 is the approval of the agenda. The items that I recognize as needing discussed are 2.1, 3.1, 3.2. We need to delete 5.1. The delegation has had to postpone. We have 7.1 through 5, so all of section 7 bylaws. 8.3, 8.6 is deleted. 9.1. All of section 13, including 13.4, which would be an advice from officials. Sorry, 13.3 relates to a different advice from officials. 13.4 is advice from officials, and 13.5 would be intergovernmental relations, section 21. CIO, did I catch all of the things here? Those are the ones. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Can I also add 6.5 and 8.2, please?
Okay, 6.5, 8.2. Councillor Holland, you told me you.
Thank you. 8.2 was called 4.2, please, and 11.1 G.
11.1 G. Councillor Binns. Okay, I'll put on. What am I looking at here? 6.1. What do we got here? Just a quick response on 8.4. And 11. Sorry, you'd like 8.4? Yeah, 8.4, 11.1 E. 11.1 E and 11.1 K. 11.1 K. Okay. Councillor Chamzik.
11.1 T.
11.1 T. Councillor Wallach. Councillor Kapitanek. Gerlich. Councillor Cromwell.
Approve as amended.
Okay, so let's go through the list and then we'll take on Councillor Cromwell's motion. I have on my list number 2.1, 3.1, 4.2, delete 5.1, 6.1 is on, 6.5. All of section 7, that's 7.1 through 7.5, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, delete 8.6, 9.1, and then we have 11.1 E, G, K, and T, and then section 13.1 to 13.3 is advice from officials, 13.4 is advice from officials, and 13.5 is section 21 intergovernmental relations. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. 8.1 as well, please.
Oh, 8.1. 8.1, everybody got that? Councillor Cromwell has made a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the agenda as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to recess the council meeting and proceed with the public hearing, please.
Counselor Anderson has made a motion to recess the county council meeting and recess to public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those, if you're ready for the question, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the council meeting is in recess. I would like to declare the public hearing open at 9:34. I'm Brian Hall, for Athabasca County, and I'll be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome anybody who's here today or listening online. All of council is present, and given that there's no guests in the room, we will dispense with introductions. Secretary of the hearing is Mr. Bob Beck, who is CAO for the county. Any persons who have joined the meeting via Zoom and are wishing to be heard should give their name now. And there is no one joining via Zoom. The public hearing for bylaw 082024 is now open. CAO Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be Director of Community Protective Services Krista Wilkinson will speak first to outline the background, provide an explanation of the bylaw. Secondly, members of the public who wish to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Wilkinson will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information considered at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
I would, before hearing from the public, I'd like to ask Director Wilkinson to provide background and explanation for the proposed bylaw.
Good morning. This is an application to amend land use bylaw for a zoning change from heavy industrial to agriculture district in the southwest of 35-7117 west of 4. This parcel is approximately 2.5 kilometers southwest of Braynet, with approximately 65 acres cleared, and the remainder is in bush. First reading of this bylaw was approved on May 14th. As this parcel is vacant and the demand for industrial land is not there, the applicant would like to redistrict it back to agriculture to allow for appropriate development in the future. The parcel is currently being used as an agricultural land.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification they'd like to ask the director? Seeing none, I would like to call on persons wishing to speak. Are there any joining us via Zoom, Mr. Schenkelberg? There are no people joining via Zoom, so is there anybody who has spoken and not spoken and wishes to speak? I think we know the answer to that is no. At this time, does council have any additional questions of the staff? No. Oh, sorry, Director. I neglected to ask you if there are any written materials that have been submitted.
There is, Mr. Chair.
Would you read them and place them in the record, please?
We had a letter from Maureen Kirby. Thank you for the notice of the land use application. I had planned on attending the public hearing, but unfortunately I'm unable to do so. I'm totally in support of the amendment, changing the zoning from heavy industrial to agriculture. I realize that it is necessary to have diverse land use within the county. However, I feel that agricultural lands are a finite resource, and it is good to see farmland recognized and maintained as such whenever possible. So that was submitted by Maureen Kirby. We referred this application, of course, out to stakeholders. We got a response from Alberta Forestry and Parks. Land Delivery has no objection to the attached bylaw amendment. And Apex Utilities has no objection to the proposed bylaw amendment.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification on those? Councilor Minns, the floor is yours.
Just a clarification, that is southwest of Wandering River. Right, not southwestern Brainerd.
Let me look.
7117.
It
Yeah.
would be southwest of Brainerd.
Yeah, that's a mistake, I guess. In the report.
Perfect, thank you.
If there are no further, at this time, does council have any additional questions from any of the staff? It's a lot of time to get questions here. Does anyone feel they've not been fairly heard? If no, there being no further testimony, I'll close the public hearing and further advise that council cannot receive further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the hearing. I declare the public hearing closed at 9:39 a.m. I would like to now open a public hearing for bylaw 0092024 at 9:40 a.m. The purpose of this hearing is identical to the last one. CIO, do we need to? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chairperson. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. Ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be Director of Community Protective Services, Krista Wilkinson, will speak first to outline the background, provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Wilkinson will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at hearing. Only councilors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
It's kind of like getting on an airplane. Even though you've got it memorized, you got to hear it again. Before hearing from the public, I'd like to ask Director Wilkinson to provide some background information on the proposed bylaw.
So this parcel is adjacent to the previous one. It's an application to amend the land use bylaw from heavy industrial to the agriculture district on the west southeast of 35, 71, 17, west of 4. Parcel is approximately 2 kilometers southwest of Wandering River, and approximately 25 acres are cleared and the remainder is bush. First reading of this bylaw was approved on May 14th. As this parcel is vacant and the demand for industrial land is not there, the applicant would like to redistrict it back to agriculture to allow for appropriate development in the future. And the parcel is currently being used as agricultural land.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification on that information? Seeing none, Director Wilkinson, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Yes, I have a few here. This, of course, was referred out to agencies. Alberta Forestry and Parks Land Delivery has no objection to the bylaw amendment. Apex Utilities has no objection to the bylaw amendment. And we got a response, Infrastructure Services at the Athabasca County has no concerns with the subject land and the bylaw amendment.
I would now call upon persons wishing to speak. Mr. Schenkelberg, is there anybody joining us? There is not. Does council have any questions or points of clarification? Seeing none at this time, there's one more call for questions or points of clarification from staff or any of the materials. There being no further testimony, I'd like to close the public hearing and further advise that council cannot receive any further information on this matter. The public hearing be closed at 9:43 a.m. Thank you for attending. It would be in order to reopen. I'd like to reconvene the Athabasca County Council meeting of June 11th. The next item of business on our agenda is item 4.2. Councillor Holland, you made note that there was a correction.
Thank you. Yes, on page 11 of our agenda, resolution CC 24239. According to the administrative report in our May 30th agenda, the motion should be to receive as per the recommendation in the agenda, not accept.
So to change the
The word accept.
the
to
word
receive.
accept to receive.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Is there someone willing to move a motion to adopt the minutes as amended? Counselor Mins? Counselor Mins has made a motion to adopt the minutes as amended. Is there any further discussion on that item? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the minutes, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. We are at 6.1. Counselor Mins, are you prepared to move a motion?
You betcha. I'll move the recommended motion to rescind the policy 1075.
Counselor Mins has made a motion to rescind policy 1075. The floor is yours.
I guess I just wanted to commend administration, county council, all of us for starting on this strategic goal plan that we had to make Athabasca County one of the employers of choice for, and this is a very good start by rescinding some of these policies and overreaching policies like this is a great move forward. So I just wanted to give my thank you to everybody for starting this and getting it rolling. You bet.
Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to rescind policy 1085, managers meetings, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. 6.5, Counselor Anderson, are you prepared to move?
I'd like to move to refer this item to administration for their input and recommendation.
Counselor Anderson has made a motion to refer this item to administration for their input and recommendation. Is there any discussion? Counselor Holland.
Thank you. Just so that everyone is aware, every municipality that is named in this particular document has had administrative input and clarification. So I'm not quite sure what would be asked for at this time. We could get clarity on what is being asked for at this time.
Other discussion? Oops, sorry, I shut my microphone off. I had some questions when I read the recommendation, and so I support the referral to administration because I'm not clear whether it says that the county's registered as owner of the trail system, but I'm not clear that the county actually owns all the land. And I think there's some other comments that that relate to the November 30th meeting that while there may have been some requests, there wasn't necessarily motions to support it. So I'd like to, I'm uncomfortable supporting anything except without seeing an analysis from administration on their view on that memorandum and seeing their recommendation. Other comments? CEO, do you want to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can give you our analysis right now. All the other municipalities have approved it. We did make suggestions to language earlier in the process, and I believe I even tried to get some input from council at some time ago. So a lot of the wordsmithing has been done by Sturgeon County, thanks to them and their CAO. And all I can offer is I supported those amendments. It's important for council to remember this is a non-binding agreement. It's more of a let's call it what it is. It's a political handshake between municipalities to say that the trail system is important. If there are issues regarding the RFD, about language in the RFD, that's separate from the MOU, I think. So if you refer the MOU to us for more analysis, we're going to recommend you just adopt it because all the other ones have adopted it.
Okay, other comments? You've already spoken, so I'm going to leave that. Is there any? Are you ready for the question or do you want to go around a second time? Let's, Councillor Wallach.
I guess this is to administration. In some of the MOU, there's some demands-ish things of reviewing things. How much administration time is this gonna take?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a fair question and it came up during strat priorities, not trails specifically. But, and I've expressed this to Councillor Holland as recently as yesterday. Council needs to have a robust discussion about the level of service that this council is committed to the trail endeavor. Because there could be lots, but it's important to remember that this is non-binding. So it's also important to remember council gets to set the level of service for how far it wants to support the trail endeavor within its boundaries. And council has not given us direction to that. You've made a few motions. Do this thing, do that thing, apply for a grant, but you still need a good discussion about how far we're going. And like I say, Councillor Holland and I had a good discussion about that yesterday, that's outstanding. This does not mean we're starting a trail division in the county next year.
Councillor Holland, are you okay with leaving it one circle?
I would like to add a few words if that may be.
Is there any objection at the table to a second circle? Seeing none, Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As it was mentioned with regards to the RFD, these are factual items that have been provided to us and we can pull those from our records. The Trans-Canada Trail registered as Athabasca County as owner, yes. But it also mentions that what the trail is made up of, which includes private land, it includes undeveloped road allowances, it includes several different factions. As we know, right now, currently there's might be 56 kilometers, but we might have 11 kilometers that are in the wilderness per se of the trail. The rest is basically maintained on the roads as it is. So this memorandum of understanding is the very beginning, even though it was meant not an official motion, it was very clear on November 30th what was requested of the Athabasca Landing Trail Steering Committee. And being that the Athabasca Landing Trail Steering Committee is just that, they are a steering committee, the master plan that was adopted mentions all of these agreements that are required, etc. And every other municipality is very happy to go forward with this. So if there's any concerns or any other questions, I would be happy to answer them. But again, this is a situation as a first step. It doesn't tie the county into any level of maintenance, doesn't tie the county into any level of development. It is simply to acknowledge that we have this trail in our area as we were asked to acknowledge, rather than having the handshake, and that the rest of the communities and that belong on it, or that actually have this trail in this jurisdiction, want to know that everybody is on the same page, that there's in their jurisdiction to do what they can, when they can, with their budget. So it's, I think it's an excellent start and making sure that we have everything on paper as we have been trying to eliminate the handshake discussions and put them into more of a formal agreement.
Further comments? Seeing none, if you're ready, Councillor Anderson is mover of the motion. You want final word?
Thanks. We previously discussed a desire for a more in-depth conversation around our strategic priorities and our level of service when it comes to trails. And I just really feel like this RFD and the recommendation is an individual councillor trying to push this item along prior to us really having that
Point of order.
discussion.
Point of order. I
And
take offense to
We
that.
also discussed during our strategic priority setting, wanting to pursue formal agreements. So I do agree that this fits in with that, but I thought that administration was supposed to be coming back to us with a list of which agreements were their top priority and where we really needed to start focusing. And so I just think that we need to have a little bit more input from administration prior to pushing things along in this manner.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Holland, you made a point of order. Can you state the point of the place
Yes,
in the bylaw that we've departed, the counselors departed?
yes, it is an insult to
No, I'm sorry,
accuse.
which part of the bylaw,
I'm
procedural
sorry, I
bylaw?
don't have the bylaw in front of me, so I will just explain because we need to be respectful of that bylaw. I will explain that one counselor is not trying to push the agenda when we have 5 municipalities that actually work together on
Okay.
this. So I take very offense to
Okay,
that. That
that's,
is,
I think that's a different
uncalled for.
relationship, and that point is not well taken. On the question of the adoption of the motion to refer this to administration for their recommendation and input, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 3 and 6. The motion is defeated. Is there someone willing to move a motion?
Right here,
Councilor Cromwell.
I'd like to move that Athabasca County Council approve the Athabasca Landing Trail Intermunicipal Memorandum of Understanding as presented and directed CAO Beck to execute it on the behalf of the council.
Councilor Cromwell has moved that the county approve the landing trail intermunicipal memorandum of understanding as presented and direct the CAO to execute it on behalf of council. Discussion on that motion. Is there need? Councilor Mintz, the floor is yours.
I guess, if I could look at this, we got a response from administration that said that they were just gonna take it, the MOU, and bring it right back at the next meeting, so that's why we should just approve it. So that's my thoughts.
Further discussion? Councilor Cromwell, as a mover, do you want a final word? On the question of the adoption of the motion that the Athabasca County Council approve the Athabasca Landing Trail Intermunicipal Memorandum of Understanding as presented and direct CAO Beck to execute it on behalf of council, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 7 and 2. The motion is adopted. We are at item number 7.1. Is there someone willing to move the recommended motion? Councillor Chamzik. Councillor Chamzik has moved that we give first reading to bylaw 012-2024, a land use bylaw amendment for a portion of lot 1, block 1, plan 1422661 within the northeast 137117 west of the 4 from agricultural district to light industrial district, and to direct administration to schedule and advertise a public hearing on July 25th at 9:30 a.m. for bylaws 012-2024. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0, and the motion is adopted. Item number 7.2 is a bylaw regarding lot consolidation. Is someone willing to move first reading of bylaw 013-2024? Councillor Gerlich has moved first reading of 013-2024. Well, you're all three kind of. This is a bylaw to cancel part of the subdivision plan number 7721-040 and consolidate lots. Is there any discussion on this matter? If you're ready for the question, on the question of the adoption of first reading of bylaw 013-2024, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0, and first reading is adopted. Councillor Kapitanek, did you want to move second reading? Okay. Councillor Kapitanek has moved second reading of bylaw 013-2024, a lot consolidation for lots 7 and 8, block 1, plan 7721-040. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0, and the motion is adopted. Is someone willing to move for unanimous consent to do 3 readings in 1 meeting? Councillor Cromwell has proposed that there's unanimous consent for 3 readings. That's non-debatable. All those in favor? That is opposed. So it's 9 and 0, and consent is unanimous. Is someone willing to move third reading? Councillor Chamzik has moved third reading of bylaw 013-2024, lot consolidation of lots 7 and 8, block 1, plan 7721-040. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. We have item 7.3 is a bylaw proposing bylaw 0142024, proposing lot consolidation of lots 18, 19, and 20 of block 3, plan 1522 MC. Councillor Wallach would like to move first reading of that bylaw. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. On the question of the adoption of the motion to move first reading of bylaw 0142024, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Is there anyone willing to move second reading? Councillor Mins has moved second reading of bylaw 0142024, lot consolidation of lots 18, 19, and 20 of block 3, plan 1522 MC. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if you're ready for the question, it is on the adoption of second reading of bylaw 0142024. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Anderson, do you want to move for seek unanimous consent? Someone willing to? Councillor Anderson is proposing a motion to seek unanimous consent to move to third reading. Is there all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0. There is unanimous consent to seek third reading. Who hasn't moved a motion? Councillor Holland. Is someone willing to move third reading of bylaw 0142024? Councillor Holland has moved. On the question of the adoption of the motion to approve third and final reading of bylaw 0142024, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and third reading, the motion on third reading is adopted. Are we going too fast? Okay, this one relates to public hearing. This is there anyone willing to move second reading of bylaw 0082024? Councillor Cromwell. Councillor Cromwell has moved second reading of bylaw 0082024, a land use bylaw amendment for the Southwest 357117-4 from heavy industrial or M2 to agriculture or A district. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, if you're ready for the question, it is on the adoption of the motion to move second reading of bylaw 0082024. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and second reading, motion on second reading is adopted. Is there someone willing to move third reading? Councillor Mins has moved third reading of bylaw 0082024. Is there any discussion on that matter? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of third reading of 0082024, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Item number 7.5 on page 71 of your agenda is a land use bylaw amendment regarding 0092024, our second hearing of this morning. Someone willing to move second reading? Councillor Chamzik has moved second reading of 0092024, a land use bylaw amendment for the west half of the Southeast 357117-4 from heavy industrial to agricultural. Any discussion on that matter? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and second reading, motion on second reading is adopted. Councillor Wallach moved third reading, third and final reading of bylaw 0092024, the land use bylaw amendment for the west southeast 357117-4 from heavy industrial to agricultural. Is there any discussion on that matter? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. We are moving on to page 81 of the agenda. That's item number 8.1. Councillor Holland, you asked for this to be on the agenda. Are you willing to move a motion?
Yes, instead of the recommended motion, just a slight change that council receive the citizen budget communications plan as information.
Councillor Holland has moved that council receive the citizen budget communication plan, its information. Is there any discussion on that matter? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the motion to receive the citizen budget communication plan as information. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0, and the motion is adopted. Number 8.2, Councillor Anderson, are you prepared to make a motion?
Move to appoint Counselor Wallach as the voting member for the Multiplex Society AGM scheduled on July 15th.
Councillor Anderson has moved to appoint Councillor Wallach as the,
Sorry, I'll be away that day, so, sorry.
I haven't read it. So do you want to?
I'm sorry, that was Counselor Capitania. Misread my notes.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to appoint Councillor Kapitanek as the voting member for the Multiplex Society AGM scheduled on July 15th, 2024. Is there any discussion on that matter? Councillor Mins?
So is this in the terms of reference?
It's actually in the society bylaw.
Oh, okay.
So just as a background, in the society bylaw, there are 2 members. One is the town of Athabasca, one is the county. And then you go to the AGM and the county gets to vote and the town gets to vote, not the board members, because the board members it's a different structure. So you're required to appoint a member to represent the county's voice.
Okey dokey.
It's
Well, yeah,
except the first year, which might not be.
like we go to many AGMs and the board votes on AGM
This
stuff.
is the way their society bylaws are written.
Oh,
I'm gonna say I've read them and I'm not really. The quality of the bylaws is a subject for a different discussion.
Okay.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion that council appoint Councillor Kapitanek as the voting member, Councillor Gerlich.
So there are a total of 2 votes?
So if there's a tie, it doesn't, fails. Is there discussion? If you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion to appoint Councillor Kapitanek as the voting member for Athabasca County at the Athabasca Regional Multiplex Society AGM scheduled for July 15th. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0, and that motion is adopted. Normally by this point in the agenda, we'd schedule a break, but you guys are cranking it on so fast that we'll keep going. The next item is 8.3 CIO. Did you have a comment that you wanted to make about in our previous discussion, you indicated you'd like to make a comment on this item. This is
Yes.
Communities Call.
Mr. Chairman, whether it be this or any other fundraising event that you're asked to attend, I've only been here a short time, but it's my observation, council is ultra conservative about allowing members to attend, and maybe you should really loosen up a little bit so that counselors are, for example, let's pick a different item, but say there's an Ag Society event in your division, and it's a fundraising dinner for something. I think residents, this is my opinion, expect a local elected official to attend. And if you could do it on your own expense, that's fair. But it's also not uncommon for the county to pay for those things. So in my experience, this is not unusual for so if there's a fundraising dinner next week in Athabasca and 2 of you wanted to attend, as a member of council, you use part of your budget and you go, part of your attendance budget. So we might need to work on some policy amendments, but what I'm just trying to emphasize that this council seems to be pretty conservative. And yet I think that residents actually like to see their local elected officials at fundraising events and in fact, wearing the county logo.
Okay, so there isn't a clear recommendation here. Is there any objection to opening the floor for just a general discussion before a motion comes forward? Seeing no objections, Councillor Cromwell, you did have your hand up. Do you want to speak?
Well, I just want to make sure that our friend from the media got the part where the CEO said we were conservative in our spending, and that was the highlight of her article.
I think it's a headline, actually. Front page. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. As I agree with what the CAO has said, I mean, I have had to the last few years purchase my very own Farm Women's ticket to attend, you know, so we don't even look after those types of things. When we're looking at the different options that we have here, I guess it's determined on who can golf and who cannot. I'm not a golfer, so unfortunately I try and it just doesn't work well for me. I guess it's debating, you know, do we want to do the complete golf package or are we looking to sponsor with maybe some in attendance for the dinner? I'm not sure where the appetite is.
Counselor Kapitanek, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to reply to Councillor Holland. I don't think at fundraisers, skill is required. One can always drive the cart. You can go and not go. That would be.
I appreciate the advice of the CIO in terms of having a good understanding of what, or a better understanding rather, of what might be common and perception in the region and what other municipalities do. And it can sometimes be conspicuous when you're not at some of these events and reflect on the county. As it relates to this particular event, I would lean more to if someone wants to go, being open to them using their budget that's already allocated to them for attending events to go versus doing a big sponsorship, a package. But this is Road to Hope, and isn't it? Oh no, this is Regional Health Foundation. Sorry, I had two from Lac-La-Biche County, and one of them was Road to Hope. So that's my thought. Anyone else want to share an idea? Councilor Cromwell, your hand's on the button. You have a motion you want to make? Does anybody else have a discussion, a comment you want to make? Councilor Wallach, the floor is yours.
Well, I think we all know the importance of having a good healthcare system in our communities, and lots of people go to Lac-La-Biche to use the healthcare system there. So I propose a foursome to go at $1,400.
Okay. You want a formal motion? Okay, Councilor Wallach has made a motion that the Athabasca County send a foursome to this event. Would from a enactment point of view, offer to councillors, then offer to the CAO and his staff? Okay. So Councilor Wallach has moved a motion to propose that the county send a foursome to this event filled by councillors and or the CAO and his staff. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Councilor Wallach had some great comments that were very similar to what I was going to say, and her motion is actually a little bit more generous than mine, so I applaud it. Thank you for putting it on the floor.
Further discussion? Councilor Mins.
Could we, okay, so for next year, could we get this red flagged or something like that, so it comes up actually before April? Or at the beginning of April, and then maybe. Yeah, this, if we're gonna start attending some of these things, maybe bring it up earlier so we could save a little bit of money. If we're gonna send it for people anyway.
Mr. Chairman, we could start documenting a bit of a calendar of events through the year that come through. So maybe we could go back a little ways so that we know in October, typically council's invited to this one. And if that's what Councilor Mins is asking, I think that makes most sense for council to know.
Yes, thank you. And Councilor Mins, for clarity, I'm not sure what date I actually got this email, but I also, I'd had another one that had come, and because of our history of just outright rejecting it, I just responded and said, unavailable to attend.
Yeah, and I totally
And then I
understand
thought,
that.
well, I should put this down in front for us to have a better discussion.
Yeah.
Councilor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do we need a motion for the calendar of events, being that, we have these discussions, but as you mentioned earlier, it wasn't a direct motion. So maybe we should be making
We've got
sure
the
these
motion
things are
on the
looked at.
floor already.
Well, we
And I
should be
think the
adding that.
CAO is certainly capable of, in my opinion, making decisions within the organization about what he keeps track of and what he doesn't.
I see.
The motion on the floor is that the county send a foursome, register and send a foursome to this event filled with council members and or the CAO and his staff. If there's no further discussion on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-1. The motion is adopted. Councillor Mins, you asked to put 8.4 on the agenda. Did you want to move a motion? That's the LARB, no, yep, LARB decision.
Yeah, I'll just move the recommended motion. County Council received the report for information. The reason I put this on the agenda is just to I guess commend the Councillor Anderson for that motion of actually putting this on council's in council's agenda. That's information that a lot of people would have never seen. And I think this is a big a great celebration when I see the verdict or the thing go to, decision. There we are. Go to Athabasca County. I think it's and to promote it through the agenda is great because a lot of people would not see that. So thank you very much.
Councillor Mins has moved that council receive the report for information. Is there any further discussion? I'm glad that these are in the agenda as well to speak to this, because I think otherwise things like this that are significant just slide through without any notice or attention from from the media, and the impacts of decisions like this when they're unfavorable to the county are significant, and it reinforces the decision of council to hire legal representation for the SDAB and the Assessment Review Board when those folks meet, to make sure that there's clarity around the decision that's in front of them as they're making it, because this having to go through the Court of King's Bench certainly cost us far more than it needed to have if there had been, I think, different decisions at the beginning. Is there any further discussion on the question to? If you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion that County Council receive the report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Let's do calendars, and then those are on page 113. Let's start with Councillor Cromwell and we'll work our way around.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess we should add July 4th for the charity golf on our calendars on Thursday. And then, as brought up previously, I would like to move the June 25th MPC meeting to the morning of June 27th.
How does the chair feel about that? And as the CAO, have you checked with the director on the appropriateness of moving that meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I did. And now I can't remember what the response was. So if you'll bear with me, I'll check with her right now. I'll be right back.
Or we can send her in.
It's fine,
Fine
Mr.
to move.
Chairman.
There you go. That was fast. We didn't even notice you were gone. So the proposal is to move the MPC meeting to 9:25 on Thursday, June 27th. I think, as much as that sounds funny, let's avoid the situation where we're sitting for half an hour after MPC and council's not done. So we'll be late starting council for 9:30, but we'll do MPC at 9:25 if you're okay with that. Councillor Anderson, can you get here quickly enough? Councillor Cromwell, did you have more to add? Nope. Counselor Gerlach. Nothing?
Nothing.
Counselor Capitanic. With your microphone. No changes? Counselor Anderson.
I have no changes, but I did want to say that council acts through and provides direction through motion, so I would have supported Counselor Holland making a motion to direct administration to compile a calendar or list for community events rather than just
Leave it to CAO.
providing direction.
Well, let's we'll look at how that can come back. Separate calendars. I have nothing to add to the June calendar. I think we went over it fairly thoroughly last time. Counselor Wallach.
ARED meeting July 18th at 9:30.
ARED July 18th at 9:30. Counselor Chamzak.
Just a correction for July 8th, FCSS meeting. Our next meeting will not be until September 9th. And I was just wondering if we should also put the fly-in barbecue for the 5th as well on the calendar.
Is it I hope it's not the 5th, 6th?
Oh, it's the 6th.
It's on-
I apologize. I think I need more coffee.
Well, my
this morning.
glasses.
I might need those too.
Counselor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. June 15th, the upcoming Trans-Canada Trail cleanup, Perryville and Rochester area. We may be rained out, being that there's rain-sensitive activities that will require, there may be a postponement to that. And if so, it would happen to be June 29th if we have to postpone due to rain.
You must have a very accurate weather forecaster because that's a long ways away. Counselor Mins.
I hope that they're wrong. The only one would be June 26th, possibly myself and Reeve Hall with the commission manager CAO going to MD of Opportunity to discuss promoting the commission, the Aspen Regional Water Commission. So that's the only other one that I have.
Yep, there is Water Commission has a scheduled delegation to the MD on that date. That's everybody. Is anything else we've missed at the table? Seeing none, is there someone willing to move the calendars as amended? Counselor Capitani has moved that council adopt the calendars as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0 and calendars are adopted. Counselor Anderson pointed out that I didn't give enough of a breath at the end of item number 8.3 for a second motion that she would like to make. So with your, if there's no objection, we'll reopen that for her comment.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to direct administration to begin to compile a calendar of or list of community events that council may want to consider attending for future.
Do you have it written down? I just poured it. Counselor Anderson has made a motion to direct administration to begin compiling a calendar or a list of community events that council may want to consider attending. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. We still have a little bit of time with the reports. There's only 4 of them. Yes, absolutely.
This is in regards to our last motion. Would, through the chair, would administration be open to councillors pointing out events in their districts that are of tradition and longstanding?
Yes, he would.
Mr. Chair, we would appreciate that.
So if you know of an event coming in your neighborhood, like the chicken dinner in September, don't hesitate to fire an email to the right person. And do we need a break?
Yeah.
Can I just request, we skipped over the helipad today, but what I was gonna ask for is if we could get kind of a report from Westlock as to how much
And
their helipad costs.
so this isn't an agenda item, Counselor Gerlich, so
But
it
it just
should,
be, just,
can we take a break and talk and come back to it?
was just a request to get some information.
You're adding an item on the floor that hasn't been approved with the approval of the agenda. And we've not typically done that, and so I'm gonna say, let's talk about that.
Okay, so my feelings are hurt then.
The two options, we have reports, which can be quick. And then we take a break, or we can take a break and come back and do reports and then go into closed. What do you want? Break first? Okay, so 10 minutes, work for everybody? I'd like to reconvene the June 11th Athabasca County Council meeting. We are at number 11.1E. Councillor Mins, you wanted to provide an update.
Yeah, we had a water commission meeting, April, no, it was, it was June 4th at the town of Athabasca, office. And, it was a good meeting. Went through a couple of reports from the, commission manager reports. And then went into the, financials are good, there's a bit of a change from the reporting part of it. One part of it is like it was done at the beginning of the month, and the other part is receivables and accounts payable. We're done at two different times, so we've got it through board director Hall. We got it figured out where it's gonna actually match. It'll just be maybe you can chime in.
Yeah, so we're gonna, just the way the report came to the board, we're asked now for the last complete month done, so that revenues and expenses are fully in, so we received a report that was done to May 29th, at which point most of May's expenses were in, but because revenue is recognized when you bill it, and they hadn't done May's billing yet, you have May's, the revenue reported as of May 29th did not include May revenue because it wasn't yet billed, but included all of the expenses, so it tends to distort the performance of the organization. And so those are still going to come, kind of with the caveat that here's where we're at month to date, so the board is able to see what the expense situation is and how that relates to budget. But we're also just going to get the last complete month in so that there's a proper matching of revenues and expenses. And on an annual basis, it's irrelevant, but monthly, it's just nice to.
Yeah, it just.
You don't want to see a
completes.
33% of revenue and 44% of expenses when really there's just unaccounted for revenue or unbilled revenue.
You betcha. And the what is it? The brought up a new part of the budget or new part of the agenda as a task list of where kind of like our motion list and it's really good to see that come forward. Just as we're asking for making motions in there to get stuff done, like the progress on the asset for the commission to take over the Athabasca County's water services. It's ongoing and where it's at and even on a motion of the Cornwall Reservoir, trying to find out what the capital budget is for that. That's ongoing. They haven't received a response from the town and then an agreement, a lease agreement, discussions with the town of Athabasca on the raw water pump house. There was a quick response on that. That lease agreement is a 99-year lease at $1 a year. And we were told that they paid $99 and they're paid in full. So we are gonna have actually a better look at the lease agreement just to bring us up to speed on that. Ongoing, it's with the lawyers right now with the asset transfer from county to commission for our water services there. That's what the lawyers getting the agreement built there. Can't wait to see that. Looking very forward. And also that came up in there was a request for decisions, which was brought forward just so board members could actually bring up ideas to talk about. And that's a new thing. And so we discussed a little bit of, instead of request for decisions, the wording of that, can we find out information? Can we
Request for discussion.
So that went very good. And there was two actually put in there from member Hall. One of them was to reach out to Thorhill County regarding the Water for Life grant that they got and how we could, as a commission, how we could maybe forward this on, help them forward it on. So, you know, it's in our best interest to start, get more water being sold out there so it can be advantageous for all of us as a region to pay less for water. And so if we could help them along, so we've requested hopefully a meeting with them to support them with hopefully either another Water for Life grant or, I don't know, come up with some ideas, get going out there. And then the other one was with MD of Opportunity going to, which we discussed in the calendars thing, but going to the MD and selling our wares with them, of how we could help them, how we could work together as a region and you know, hopefully get a water line going that way and help them out. So we'll be going there on, it sounded like the 26th. There'll be a few of us going that way to meet up with them, which I'm over the moon on, because I've been discussing that with them for many months, if not a full year, of trying to move that forward. And yeah, and it was, so that's on the move, and it was a great meeting.
I think you covered it. I mean, really, the commission's goal is you know, to increase water sales, and starting discussions around potential partnerships is important. I mean, those kind of relationships can take years to bear fruit, if at all. But if I know with certainty, if you don't have a discussion, that nothing's going to happen. So we'll see where this goes and what the potential is and what the commission can do. But I think that's good news because it, like Councillor Min said, it has the opportunity to reduce costs. And the action item list, I think that might have been our colleagues' influence with the board there, and it's in my opinion, it's another one of the things we regularly talk about here, is that positive improvement to governance and an increase in transparency and accountability. And I think some of that is related to the influence from the Athabasca County. So something everybody should take pride in. Questions for Councillor Minns only? Councillor Gerlach?
Where are we at with the water line proposal to the west?
Nothing as of yet. We may be talking about this later.
No news.
No news? And
Other questions?
yeah, and then we also were gonna look at a proposal possibly going south.
There was so on that, there was 3 grant applications went in, one to do some early phases of the westbound line, and then 2 for feasibility studies, one going south and one going east. And we are not in a position to have those yet. Okay. Councillor Holland,
Thank you.
are you
So
moving on to 11.1 E or G?
G.
Okay,
Yep.
is there any more questions for Councillor Minns?
You don't have a question, Phil?
Councillor Holland, the floor is yours on the Trail Steering Committee.
Thank you. Yes, the Athabasca Landing Trail Steering Committee was present and active June 1st for the cleanup between Collinton and Minnook. It was a well-attended event. We had 17 people sign up. There were 16 that arrived. And so it's a great difference from the first year. We had 3, second year we had 9, and this year we had 17 sign up, which is absolutely fantastic. There are many trail users there, as well as interested parties that came out. We ended up taking 3 times the amount of compost to the compost rather than to the garbage, which I thought was fabulous. There was 4 bags of garbage, and the compost took about at least 12 bags of compost and a whole pile in a pickup of branches and whatnot that were cleaned up. Other activities included upgrading, or not upgrading, but updating the wood preserving on the kiosks, the cleaning of the kiosks. The community was well mowed, well whipper snipped. And at the same time, it was really great to see the Twatna Watershed Group were also there that came out and they were pulling invasive species around the Twatna Wilfong Bridge and planting native species in its place. So I thought it was absolutely amazing. So there were several committee members that came out, and thank you to all the volunteers that came as well. It was a well done. 74 hours was clocked that day for the trail. There was great interest in the trail, including the walkie-talkie group, as well as others who are planning to walk from Athabasca through to Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan, pardon me. There's also just an uptick on Facebook with regards to a cycling group, an Alberta cycling group that are planning to do the Athabasca Landing Trail every year. They plan on doing a ride, and I think that that's amazing, and they are generating a great deal of interest as well. And so the more that come out and keep the areas that the people need in the wilderness trail portion of the trail cleaned up is just excellent. So thanks to everyone, and I look forward to another really good, successful cleanup that's coming up soon.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Holland? Next on the list, Councillor Mins, Athabasca Watershed Council.
Yeah, had a AGM and board meeting on last Saturday, up in Fort McMurray. I attended that, and there was probably about, I don't know, I think there was about 20 of us there, 20 people, and, the Aspen Regional Manager, commission manager went up there with myself. He wanted to get into a little bit more of the watershed council stuff and understand what's going on there. He loves the river. So we had a great drive up there. Gas is cheaper up in Fort McMurray than it is in Athabasca. Yeah, figure that one out. But I guess they trying to make it there in a way. So, but the meeting was very good. The AGM first went along there and just mainly reviewed what was going on in the watershed itself. They have some terrific employees, great employees there. I think there's 6 full-time and a couple of summer people, students, university students actually doing their practicums through them, and they discussed the Twatna watershed, and actually the trails came up in there about how it's great to work with them, with the trails people and that. And then also the Pembina River study is going on there, and they're looking at doing more studies on wild hay in the Berlin River. And they monitor the oxygen, they monitor the temperature, they monitor everything. One of the big pushes in the Twatna is the way they advertise this to get more people kind of involved in the watershed was trying to bring back the Arctic grayling in the Twatna River, which I call Twatna Creek. But so that was discussed a bit, and why whatever happened to the grayling out of there and stuff like that. But so went through the finances, everything's going good. They got a $320,000 grant from Alberta Environment this year, which is huge, to help with paying the employees and getting these studies going. And it's a great thing to do. They're always looking for money. They're always looking for grants. They went in for a $1 million grant. They didn't get it, but they're going to try it again and stuff like that. So, and then there was a guest speaker from the RMWB flood mitigation. Elliot White, he's a civil engineer up there with RMWB, and they were discussing the flood mitigation that they're going to be doing down where the Athabasca and the Clearwater and the Sinai River all meet. Huge, like huge money going into this flood mitigation. Instead of moving people out, they're trying to protect. The Alberta government said that they they had to build to the elevation of 250 meters and the RMWB went with 250.9 for their top of berms and that, so, and they had some already built
Just
at
for clarity, millimeters or meters?
no elevation in meters
In meters.
above.
So
above sea level.
above sea level.
Yeah, so they had some roads in that on the berms that they had already built. They had some roads put in there and that are at 248. So they had to tear them all apart, bring them up, and they're still doing that. There's huge, like talking $300-400 million to be spent in there just to protect, maybe even more. Yeah. So it was a great presentation by them, and that went through there. There was a couple of directors that changed a bit, and the treasurer has changed. Paul Evans, she worked there for many years, 15 years, and she has shut her down now, and she's going to stay in tune with the board, but she's moving on to bigger and better things. So, but yeah, and there was a couple of other, actually some Indigenous board members that are coming on. Forget me, but or forgive me, I guess is their names. I never wrote them down, but it's moving on. It's moving on to be a great watershed council, and then we went on to the board of directors, which meeting, which was really quick because it was Saturday and everybody wanted to get home to watch a hockey game. So it was pretty fast. So, but our next meeting is going to be September 18th and 19th in it'd be a joint meeting in Hinton with Alms. And there's going to be 2 days there, 2 days celebration, and it'll also have a celebration of the 15-year anniversary of the Athabasca Watershed Council. So yeah, that's on the 18th and 19th, and yeah, other than that, it was a good meeting.
Thank you. Any questions regarding Councillor Min's presentation? Seeing none, Councillor Chamzak, you had Family and Community Support Services on the list.
We had our meeting yesterday. Nadine from FRN, Family Resource Network, came in. There's 3 main granting streams: child development and well-being, social connections, and support care and caregiver capacity building. Programs run from 0 to 18 years of age. It started in 2020, focusing on children and supporting parents and caregivers. 10 RFN hubs in Alberta, 126 qualified agencies in rural and urban Alberta. Some of the partnerships include Social Impact Lab, Aspen View, Interagency, Town Village County, Native Friendship Center, and the MD of Opportunity. And also, as we know, FCS team is always busy. Debbie has reported to all 3 councils and revised the survey report, and it is now online. Meals on Wheels is still looking for volunteers. It's about an hour a day, Monday to Friday for July and August. Contact Neil if anybody is interested. The senior symposium was well attended in Boyle and Athabasca. I attended the Boyle Symposium. Deputy Reeve Anderson also gave her address there, and I thought it was wonderful. June 21st is National Indigenous Peoples Day at the Athabasca Riverfront, celebrating with the Athabasca Native Friendship Center from 4 to 7. All kinds of activity, powwow dancers, jig performers, and performer Lena Daniels. And one last note, FCSS has a tentative date of August 27th to hold a community barbecue for the community, 11 to 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Chams? Just want to highlight the Meals on Wheels comment that comes up once in a while at Greater North, and that's certainly a really worthy organization and needs community support. So hopefully there's a way to get the message out and let people know that it needs help. It would be appropriate to receive a motion to, or to accept a motion to receive the reports for information. Councillor Minns? I'm going to go to Councillor Gerlich this time because he beat you to the punch out of the corner of my eye. Councillor Gerlich has made a motion to receive the reports for information. Is there any discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed, 9-0, and the motion is adopted. You're just on a roll today, Councillor Gerlich, like there's more motions in the last 3 meetings. It would be appropriate to accept a motion to enter closed session. Councillor Chamzik has so moved. On the question of the adoption of the motion to go into closed session, all those in favor? And opposed, the count is 9-0. Let's break for 60 seconds while Regarding the motion to leave closed session, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. Leah, I've got a bunch of notes for you on timings of comings and goings. Okay, first item is Councillor Kapitanek has moved to accept the report under 13.1 for information. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? The count opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. Regarding 13.2, Councillor Wallach has moved to adopt policy 4680 as presented and with the amendment to include the sentence, the regular and temporary employee may carry over into the next calendar year any unused amount, the maximum carryover in any 1 year cannot exceed 1 year's allowance. And that's 4680. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, if you're ready for the question is on the adoption of that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. Under that same item, Councillor Holland has told me she was going to move policy 4685, the flexible workplace policy, as presented. Is there any discussion on that motion? On the question of the adoption of the motion of policy 4685, flexible workplace policy, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Gerlich, you had indicated you'd like to move we accept the report under 13.3 for information. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. 13.4, Councillor Chamzik, you would like to move to receive the report on library boards for information? Yes. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. And 13.5, Councillor Anderson has made a motion to accept the report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and that motion is adopted. There is no further business on the agenda. Therefore, I declare the meeting adjourned at 35 minutes after 1.